Go- Good afternoon. I have started recording the class. S Already, this is the third session. Like Abdul Rafi sir is going to take research methodology class today. Right? So, sir, please carry on the class. Sir. Am I
Ma'am,
audible? Yeah.
yes, ma'am. Ma'am, how many
Yes, sir.
students are we expecting? Only.
Sir, I think the same strength will be there, like 11.
Okay, okay.
Uh, they may join, sir. We will see.
Uh-huh. No, I will start in just 5 minutes. I will be here only. We'll
Yeah.
start. We'll see if
Yes.
somebody is joining. Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Okay. Okay. Sir.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Okay,
Good afternoon, sir.
good afternoon. Okay, today we are going to talk about research methods, which is actually the backbone of our research. And just let me share my slide. One second. Okay, so research methods and research methodology. Have you heard both the terms research methodology and research method? Earlier, we used to use research. Okay, let me just give the introduction. Earlier, we used to write research methodology, but nowadays we are writing just research methods. Can you give me the reason why we have changed from research methodology to research methods? Okay, so research methodology includes everything. Research methodology including like qualitative research, quantitative research, case study, and everything. But in our research, when we are doing either it is a project or it is a PhD research, we are not including all the methods. We are just including few methods. That's why it is what methods we are using in the research. That's why we are now writing it as research methods. Okay, so we will be now talking about the research process. What are the different steps we are going to use in research process? Is my screen visible to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So research process. Why it is called a research process?
Because it involves series of steps.
Yes, very good. So it involves different steps and it is ongoing. It's not with just a point, right? So series of actions are steps that are effectively performed in a specific order necessary to carry out research. So it is series of actions. So it involves like from the idea, like if you have heard, I think we all know that when Newton was sitting in the garden, right? Right. So that one apple fall down, and he start thinking why it fall down on the ground. So from there only the problem created. So he start thinking about that problem. What is there? Why it fall down? Why it did not go to any other direction? So that is the first step when we are getting some research problem, research idea. Then there will be the procedure how we are going to use. Then it will involve series of actions that we are going to discuss ahead, right? So that is what identification of problem is. First, we will be identifying a research problem. So, did you ever did any research, any dissertation, or you had any idea about research problem? What research problem is? Anyone?
So I have some experience of research and development in product developments.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Product developments, I have some experience where we did similar experiment of the new nutritional product development in my past professional career.
Okay, okay. So again, like research varies from field to field. For example, in science we have one type of research. In social science we have different type of research. In other medicine we have different type of research. Social sciences usually we are involving human beings because we are mostly trying to understand the human behavior. So now again coming to the identification of research problem, as I gave you example of Newton. Mm, Jagdish, could you please? mute on your audio? Thank you. Okay. So identification of problem. So as I gave you example of Newton. So same way, sometimes like when I was working in the organization, a lot of students come with some sort of problems. For example, parenting style. Sometimes we are interested to understand what is the parenting style, or sometimes when we are teaching, one student is behavior is different, either coming late or not attentive to the class or some other issue. So we are interested to understand what would be the reasons behind this. So we are trying to go in for in-depth case study. So from there only we are getting a problem. Then after getting a problem, what is our next step is define the research problem. We need to understand that research problem. We need to have idea about that research problem, right? Yeah. So identification of problem is following points we have to keep into consideration. That is relevance, to what extent it is relevant, whether the problem is already researched before. So if there is already existing literature, we have to go through that. Then scope, if we are doing it, what we are going to do. Availability of data, whether there is availability of data. For example, there is somewhere, for example, war is going on, and somebody is thinking, planning to go there to get the data. So it will be very difficult and risky. So their availability of data may not be there. And there, for example, somebody is planning to get data from prisoners, and it is very difficult to get permission and all through proper channel. So we also need to understand what is our budget, what is our time to collect all this, right? Contribution to knowledge, how we are going to, by solving this problem, how it is going to contribute to the knowledge. Practical utility of the selected topic. So practically, is it possible? Sometimes we have vague ideas about doing this. So whether it is practically possible or not. Then, in defining the research problem, problem properly defined is half solved. So when we are able to understand what actually our problem is, it means our research is half done, half solved. Then we need to understand the nature of problem, which gives proper direction to the research to go ahead. If we know, if we understand the nature of research, then it will give us a proper direction how we have to go ahead. Then our another step is objectives of the research. What exactly we aim to do, what exactly we achieve to do, or what is our main goal, our main focus. Gives the extent to which the research work is related to the specific field, right? So without objective, we can't do anything until and unless you don't have proper goal objective. For example, if there is a bus with full fuel and full passenger, and it does not have direction where to go, which spot the bus has to go, to roam here and there, just utilizing the diesel and all, but there won't be any goal, they won't reach anywhere. Until and unless each individual, we all should have a goal, we all should have a focus, then only we will try to reach that goal. So same way, if I am conducting some sort of research, I need to have a proper goal to reach that goal, right? That is objective. Identifying variables. So variables, any idea about variable, what variable is? Anyone?
Sir, variables are, very tentatively, there are two types of independent variable and dependent variables. And independent variable is that variable where we can manipulate in order to see its impact or the effect on the dependent variables. So there can be many variables, and we can always, through our experimentation of various types, find out the impact on the dependent variables. Very tentative definitions.
Okay, great, thank you, sir, for helping me. So variable is any entity which varies, right? Which varies, which changes. So for example, we have different pens over here in my hand. Are these variables? Is pen a variable?
No.
Okay. But if we see, color of pen is variable. This
Yeah.
is one color, this is different, this is different, this is different, this is different. So color of pen is a variable which changes. Pen itself is not a variable. So that's what variable is. Then we have dependent and independent variable. Yes. So dependent variable, independent variable, as already sir mentioned about independent variable. Independent variable is any variable which is manipulated by the researcher to see its impact on dependent variable. Right. So there are actually majorly three types of variables. Number one, independent, dependent, and extraneous variables. Right. So what are extraneous variables? Extraneous variables. Anyone? Extraneous variables. Any idea? Have you heard about extraneous variables?
Which can affect the outcome of the research, sir.
Which can affect. Okay. Okay. Any other example? Can you give me some example, Pooja? For extraneous variables, can you give me some example? Okay, I will give you some variables and you have to identify it where it can be. For example, we have number one, you can make note of it. Number one is weight, weight, body weight. Okay. Another is diet, right? Another is stress. Another is work pressure. So, can you identify which variable this weight and diet is first? Which one is independent? Which one is dependent? If you are using this in a research.
Diet is independent and the weight is dependent on diet. As we take the proper diet, the weight will be fluctuated as per the diet we are taking.
Okay. So you are saying diet is independent, right?
Independent, yes, sir.
Okay, and weight is dependent variable.
Yeah, it will be
Okay.
dependent on the diet we are taking.
And what about the extraneous variables now?
That
What
means
can be extraneous variable?
the
Stress and
outcome
work
is
pressure,
weight,
maybe.
right?
Yes.
The outcome is weight and it will be fluctuating as per the diet we are taking, the intake that nutritions are going in our body. So the outcome is the variation in the outcome is extraneous variable, maybe.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Sir, diet
So,
is stress and work pressure are the extraneous variables which are affecting the body weight in, along with diet.
okay. Okay. And are you agree with Pooja that diet is independent variable and weight is dependent variable?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Good. Any other opinion?
Sir, diet is independent, weight is a dependent variable, and stress, work pressure probably uh, is comes along with that, maybe extraneous factors.
Okay. Yes. Good. Okay. Nice. Okay. I will give you another variable. Fever. The body temperature. Fever. Fever is one variable. Then paracetamol or medicine is another variable.
Hmm.
You need to identify which is dependent and which is independent.
Medicine is dependent, sir. Fever is
Medicine is dependent.
yes.
Fever is independent. Okay. What about others?
Sir, actually, fever is dependent and medicine is independent, I think. Because due to the intake of medicine, the fever will get down. So, paracetamol will be the independent variable, and then fever will be dependent on the paracetamol. If we don't take the medicine, it may probably increase, or if we take the proper medicine, it will decrease. So, it will depend on the paracetamol.
Okay. Okay. Any other opinion? So there are two controversial statements now. We'll try to sort it out. Yes.
So fever is independent, paracetamol is dependent on that.
Okay. Okay. Any other? Okay. So I think there are three only in the debate. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. So as per the definition, if we go, what we have heard from sir also, that it is manipulation of variable, right?
Yes.
So can we manipulate fever? A person is having fever. By
Mm,
just slapping that person, will it reduce or will it go up? Right?
no.
Can we manipulate medicine?
Yes.
So then what medicine is and what fever is? So
Sir,
in this scenario, fever would be dependent variable, medicine will be independent variable, because we can manipulate medicine. How? For example, it is 650 mg. We can reduce it to 300 mg. We can reduce it to 100 mg. Right?
sir, according to the definition, variable is which can be changed, right? Which
According to
changes.
definition, independent variable is which researcher or sometimes due to natural circumstance it is manipulated, changed by the researcher.
Okay. Independent is changed,
Yes,
manipulated.
yes,
Okay.
yes. And we are looking effect on the dependent variable.
Okay.
So in that case, we will have manipulation in medicine only. We can't manipulate fever. It is not something we are giving and taking. Even in terms of this diet and weight, you were correct all. So weight, we can't just put some meat or just cut some part of body to reduce the weight, right? So we can
Okay.
manipulate diet only, isn't it? So
Okay.
then diet will be the independent variable. Here medicine will be the independent variable, right?
So, sir, actually, here which
Yes.
is the which has the impact of manipulation is the independent or dependent variable.
The variable which is manipulated is independent variable.
Okay,
Which
sir.
effect is by the manipulation to other thing is dependent variable.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Got it? Now
Yeah,
is it
I got it.
clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Temperature and number of clothes. Temperature, not room temperature or AC. Temperature outside and number of clothes. Can you tell me which is dependent and which is independent? Or heat outside and number of clothes.
Temperature outside is independent, sir, and number of clothes will be dependent.
What about others? Yes.
Same, sir. Temperature is independent. Number of clothes is dependent. As sir said.
I am very specific. It is not in AC room. I am talking about the heat outside the
Yes.
house. So if you have very good connections with the superpower, then only you can manipulate that, right? Again, no. So it will be number of clothes. If it is too hot, I can just wear one piece or two piece clothes, right? So I
Yes.
can reduce that. I can manipulate that. If it is too cold, if you are in Dras or you are in Kargil or Kashmir, then you can wear n number of clothes. So number of clothes we can manipulate, but do you think we can manipulate the heat? We can call him that now temperature in Vijayawada is 50 degrees Celsius. Please reduce it to 20. Right? So that we can't manipulate. We need to be very specific as per our definition only. What we can manipulate, where we have power to manipulate. Right? Clothes easily. If it is too hot, I am wearing. If it is too cold, I can wear jacket, sweater, shirt, and all. If it is too cold, too hot, then I can keep only one. Right? So that I can manipulate easily. Right? I hope now it is very clear to you what is dependent and what is independent. Right? Now we have another concept that's called extraneous variables. So all variables, all variables other than independent variable, all variables other than independent variable which are affecting on dependent variable. Very simple. You can note it down also. All variables other than independent variable which are impacting or influencing dependent variable are called extraneous variable. Clear? Now there is a person who is very thin. His weight is, for example, 50 kg. I want to manipulate the weight through diet. I want that person to be 60 kgs. So what I will do, I can't manipulate weight. I will manipulate weight through diet. So I have to manipulate diet. I need to give him eggs. If you have watched Bahubali movie, so in that interview, Prabhas said that he used to have 50 eggs in morning. He has to gain weight, muscle power, and all. So if I want to increase weight of some individual, I will modify their diet, right? Now, at the same time, that person had recently breakup or he has exam failure. So that will affect my all hard work on diet plan, right? So that is what extraneous variable is. Getting?
Yes. Sir, in the first example, stress and work pressure will come under this.
Yeah, exactly. So there is stress, there is work pressure. Even though you are so many cases, we have students like even some people are coming to a doctor complaining that, sir, we are giving our child this much food, but still he is not improving his health. He is not gaining his weight or her weight. What is the reason? So it is not only the food. There may be extraneous variables because the kid may be having studies pressure. The kid may be having some peer pressure. They may be involved in drugs. They may be involved in any other unwanted behavior that will influence their weight.
Wait.
Are you getting? So
Yes, sir.
that's why I said all the variables other than independent variable which affect the dependent variable are extraneous variable. Now, okay, so that is what extraneous variables are. In extraneous variable only, we have discrete and continuous variable. Now, what is discrete variable and what is continuous variable? Any idea? Are these three clear now? Dependent, independent, and extraneous?
That's right, sir. It's clear.
Okay, great. Now, we have discrete variable and continuous variable. Can you give me some example of discrete and continuous?
Yes, sir.
Here, open your
Discrete,
list.
as it's mentioned, male or female, which cannot be changed. Age of a person, it will be differing from time to time. So continuous variable is such variable which is changing. Discrete is like a fact or
Okay. There is another difference actually. So, could you give me some example other than this?
age and okay.
Uh-huh. discrete and continuous. Yeah, any example? He has book chapter also book. Just any example about discrete and continuous?
Sir, maybe this is a class is going on. The timing of the class is 1 hour. Number of students joining and leaving the class is different. They will that will be continuous, and discretion is the class time.
Okay, number of students
Hmm.
and time. These are two variables, right?
Yes, sir.
Number of students and time. Now tell
Yes.
me which is discrete, which is continuous, or both are discrete or both are continuous.
No, time is discrete. Number of
Okay,
students is
time is discrete. Okay, time is discrete. Number of students is
continuous.
continuous. What about Pooja?
Sir, I'm thinking, sir. Just give me
Okay,
a
you are thinking. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Actually, to give the example.
Sure, sure, sure.
Actually, discrete means which can give a particular number, right?
No, I have my question is number of students in class,
Hmm.
number of students in class and time. Which one is discrete and which one is
Number of students
continuous?
in the class will be discrete because discrete is the countable number. What is the number? It's called discrete as per my knowledge.
Okay,
So, number of students in the class will be discrete, and the hours are continuous because from 1 hour to means from 10 to 12 first period, or 12 to 1 second period, like that it will be in the continuous manner, so it is continuous, sir.
okay, yes. Weight is continuous or discrete?
Weight will
Weight
be
is continuous.
Yes, Pooja.
weight will be maybe discrete because it will be in a particular number, right?
Okay, very simple. I will make you understand.
Okay.
Simple one principle you need to remember. Continuous is when you can measure it even in decimals. For example, time 1 o'clock, 1.2, something. Age 8 years, 9 months, 7 seconds, something. So which is in decimal. But discrete, if I am talking about number of students, did you ever use to say that there were 4.5 students in the class?
No.
Right, so that
Hmm.
is discrete. When you will say when you are going to buy mangoes, will you ask him to give me 1.5 mango, 1.5 banana, right? So
No.
that's what it is. If it is in kgs, then rice you can buy even nowadays in dmart and all, you all know, even though whatever you are putting the quantity, even if it is 1 kg 300 gram, then you will take that. It's not you have to make it specific to 1 kg only, right? So it is a continuous scale. Age is continuous scale, time is continuous scale, number of person in the class is discrete. Got it? Now clear?
Yes, sir.
I
Yes.
hope you understood. Nice. Okay. Okay. Then another important point is review of literature. So what is review of literature? This we have been learning from 12th only. Yes. Review of literature.
Sir, once the problem is identified,
Yes.
what once the problem is identified, the review of literature is what are the pre-existing information, data, documentation available relevant to that, so that it will avoid the duplicacy of the work.
Okay. Yes. Other than that, what is the use of literature of review? Why we need review of literature?
To understand the latest information about the subject, the identified problem. So
Okay.
what are the various aspects, dimensions worldwide or the country, whereas wherever it is relevant, updating our data and
Ah,
incorporating the latest information in our knowledge base, so that we can take off our research work from that rather than doing the redoing the work.
yes. Great. Nice. So, see, number one is we will see if we are going to do some research, like whether there is any existing research. If so, what were their results, what were their limitations, what were their methods, procedure to accomplish that result, so that it will guide us, it will help us to go ahead. That's one. Now, here we have sources. What are the reviewing sources? So review the existing books, whatever books we have, journals, reports, conference proceedings, PhD thesis from different websites, database, Scopus, and Web of Sciences, etc. So there are a number of databases we have available nowadays online, where we can check whether the problem we have is like already done by somewhere, is already, what are the results, what are the procedures they have used in that, what are the methods they have used in that, and what are their limitations. So every research we will be giving limitation. If further research is going to happen, so they should keep in consideration these pointers, which will help us to go ahead with research. So that is what why research literature is important. Then coming to formulation of hypothesis. So yes, what hypothesis is now?
So it is a tentative solution of the problem, which is not
Okay,
which need to be authenticated or tested. So a problem is there, but it's a very tentative. It's not rough, very rough solution for the problem.
okay, okay, good. So hypothesis is actually a tentative answer. If we have a question, there will be a tentative answer. So sometimes we are having objectives or we are having research questions. To answer them, we need to have hypothesis, right? A proposition, a tentative assumption which a researcher wants to test for its logical or empirical consequences. So I want to test that what is going to happen if I do this. If I teach in this way, how what would be the outcome? So I will have some tentative answer for that. A tentative statement that can either be accepted or rejected after the research process. So for example, my tentative answer is something. Either it can be rejected or accepted after proving it, after doing the research over it, right? Then we must be stated in precise and clearly defined terms. So research objectives and hypothesis, it should be very specific, it should be clearly, briefly described, not in a detail, in a paragraph. Okay. Then we have research design. So I have put here one picture. Can you guess why this picture is here? Before this research, before we start about research design, what is the relevance of this picture in research process? Is this picture visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what is the relevance of this picture? What do you identify in this picture? Just make a note and let me know. At least 5 points or 2 point, 3 points, each one of you.
Probably two students in a class,
Okay.
wearing
Different dress,
different socks and different shoes.
different dress.
Not of same pair.
Okay. That's something important. That I want to know. Yeah. What else?
Sir, the boy who is wearing the red t-shirt wore a pant, but he want to portray it in the way of short.
Okay.
Mm,
Any other observations? Which one you have shared it? Yes. Any other observations? Yes.
No, sir. That's it.
Not really, sir. Not more.
Okay. Yes. So if you see, the shoes are also different, right? Socks are different, right?
Yes. Yes.
And if you see the color of dressing,
Okay.
so if our research design is like this, then people will laugh on that. We need to have that uniformity. So I have seen a lot of researches where title is saying something,
Okay.
objectives are entirely different, analysis is extremely different than that, then conclusion is different. I have seen a lot of this dissertations or thesis like this. So
Okay.
we need to be very sure about this. We should not do such mistakes like this. So this is actually
Okay.
our research design, right? Okay. A logical and systematic plan prepare for directing a research study. Logical and systematic plan, is that anyway logical or systematic the way they are dressing up? Yes.
Not at all, sir. Not at all.
So that's why I have put that picture over there. Program that guides the investigator in the process of collecting, analyzing, and interpreting observations. So, design is a program which guides a researcher how the researcher have to collect, analyze, and interpret the data, right? That's what research design is. Then we have sampling, sample and sampling technique, sampling method, right? So, have you heard about sampling? We have two types of samplings.
Yes, sir, we heard of sampling.
Yes. So, what sampling? Any brief idea about sampling?
Sampling is something, sir, some representative items from the entire population. Maybe the people, or maybe the students, or the patients, or all sort of a representative group of the people. Maybe the farmers of the various states, or within the state, or the growers of the crop, all those. But it should represent the population.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Any other opinion about sampling? Maulika or Pooja, your opinions?
So probability and non-probability method of sampling.
Okay, probability and non-probability. So, what are that probability and non-probability?
Sir, may I?
Yes,
Sir?
yes.
Yeah. So the probabilities where you have the chance of picking up that particular sample from the entire population. Maybe there are 20 people, so you have the chance of picking up of that one sample 1 by 20th. So you have that is probably the probability, and non-probability is random. We don't have any fair indication of whether we're going to be picked up in the sample or not. All
Okay,
this is
good.
very recently acquired knowledge, sir, after getting the studying the notes and all that.
Great, great, great. No, no, that's right, right, correct. Okay. So, sample and sampling. So, okay, before going to discussion about sampling techniques, we will talk about sample. So, sample, even we are using the sample term in our medical term also. For example, if you are going to a doctor, they will say you have to do this test. For that, you have to collect a sample, right? Isn't it? So, blood sample, we use the term blood sample or urine, right? So, they will be
Yes.
doing tests. But in psychology, what sample is the participants who are participating in our study, right? So we will be taking some sample. For example, there is a population, students are there in college. There are 10,000 students, and I want to know their academic performance, or I want to know their happiness score, or I want to know their some any type of variable. So what I am going to do is I am going to select some sample. I can't like take all. I have to select just few, right? And that will represent the whole, that will represent the whole population. So that's what sample is. And sampling, the way I am going to select that sample. For example, I have 10,000 in my university, 10,000 students, and I want to know their happiness score, or their stress level, or their anxiety level. So I don't have that much time to collect data from each and everyone. I don't have that much finance to take printouts for each and everyone. I don't have that much man force to go and reach everyone. I don't have that much time to spend. It will take too much time to reach each and every student, right? So then what I am going to do is I am going to make a representative sampling. Even in our, like, recently we had parliament elections, or lok sabha elections we used to have, right? Everybody is not going there. We are selecting our representatives. They are going there, right, to talk on behalf of the population, right? What are the problems people are facing and all, right? Same way in this also, what we are going to do is we are going to collect a sample from the whole population, which will represent the population. If from each class out of 100 students I am taking 10 students, so out of 10,000 I am collecting 1,000 student sample. So roughly it will give me idea. I can generalize, okay, this college or this university students have average this level of stress, anxiety, or happiness score, right? So that's what sampling is. Select respondents constitute sample. Selection process is sampling technique from sampling frame, method of sampling, probability, non-probability, why sampling, provide. Okay. So now we have two types of sampling technique. Number one is put some water in. Yeah. Okay. Number one is probability sampling. Probability sampling is probability sampling is when each and every individual is getting equal chance to be selected. For example, in a class there are 100 students. I had selected 10. How I am going to select that 10? Through probability sampling and non-probability sampling. If I select probability sampling, what would be the method to select 10 students out of 100 students in class? Yes? Anyone?
Sir, can you please pardon the question?
Out of 100 students, I have to select in a class 10 students. What strategy will you use to choose 10 students from a class of 100?
For what purpose we are choosing them?
For example, I am going to conduct a study on them. So I want to check their happiness score, or I want to check their well-being. So which strategy we are going to use to select the 10?
Sir, we can pick up every 10th student. So
Okay, that is one. Okay,
that,
that is one
That is
method.
one method.
Good.
Good.
Other than that,
that's one. Other is pick up the randomly anyone, or so some 10 students will come, every 10th student. Other method comes out to be maybe boys and girls, we can separate it out. And from the systematic number of the boys, 5 from the boys, 5 times the girls, we can pick up. These are the various methods.
okay. Pooja and Malika, what are your opinions? How you are going to pick up?
We will segregate by their like the performance in the class. We'll segregate into the boys and girls, and we'll take five from the, I mean, to in that, in those five also, by their characterization what are being in the class, we can segregate them. And due to that sample we can say what are their happiness standards and what are their sadness standards. Means as we are the teachers of the class, we know who are the best, so that we can segregate them into such things, sir.
Okay, good. So now, as Jagdish sir have mentioned, one method each 10th student we can take. That is what random sampling is. So everyone, we don't know who will be at 10th number, who will be at 20th number, who will be at 30th number, right? So we are giving equal chance. Anyone can come. We don't know whether it is A, B, or C, right? Everyone is getting equal chance to be selected, right? Or we sometimes we use multiplication of something, right? Multiplication of some number. Or sometimes we can make chits. So whoever gets that chits, they will be selected. So there, that's what is probability sampling. Probability sampling means every individual in the class is getting equal chance to be selected. Now we have non-probability sampling technique. What is non-probability sampling? Non-probability sampling is when, for example, you know some students, you are calling them only, and the students who are present, you are keeping considering them, or the first line students, you are considering them only, or the students who are not going for break time, they are in class, you are thinking, okay, you got the sample. So that is non probability. You are not giving equal chance to all the participants, all the students of that class. So that's the difference between probability and non probability sampling. Clear? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So selected respondents constitute sample. Okay. Selected process is sampling technique from sampling frame. Methods probability or non-probability. Why sampling? Provide representative unit. So why we are doing sampling? That's the question. So it provides representative unit. Representative unit means, for example, so that I can generalize to the whole population. If I get representative unit, that okay, these 10 representatives of the class, I can represent their results. Okay, the average class has this potential, the average class has this much stress level, the average class has this much happiness score, right? Okay, so after that we have time and cost. As I earlier also mentioned that it is not so easy to collect data from each and everyone. Every 10 year, after 10 years, India is doing census, and you know how much amount they are spending on this, and how much man force they have to spend on that, and how much cost it requires. So huge. Being a researcher, if I am doing my PG and I have to do dissertation, who is going to fund me for collecting data from 1,000 people, right? It will be very difficult for me to do so, isn't it? So that's why we need to be we need to limit ourselves with sampling technique. It will help us to have a representative sample, so that we can save cost, we can save manpower, we can save time. That's why sampling technique is important to be choose, right? Data collection, another important thing. Then we have data collection. After our sampling design, sampling technique, research design is done, we will be going for data collection. So data collection. There are two types of data collection: primary, another is secondary. So what is primary and secondary? Any idea?
Sir.
Primary data and secondary data.
Okay.
Sir, shall I? Yeah.
Yes, yes, sir.
Primary, yeah, sir. Primary data is with the information which we are getting directly from the sample. The secondary data is the interpretations or the something. Some data has been created by them and we are taking from it. Something like the books, where we are not directly dealing with the samples or the participants of the population, and when we are taking some information from the book, may be the secondary information, and the direct contact or direct talk or direct speech. So the revelation which is coming from that, probably that's the primary data.
Okay, great. So primary data is when a person is directly going to the participants, interacting and collecting first-hand data. That is primary data. Originally collected by observation, personal interviews, telephonic interviews, through internet, questionnaire. So there are different ways to collect the information, but when you are yourself collecting, that is primary. If you are collecting through somebody else, I'm asking my friend to give me the information about something, that is secondary data. Or from website I am getting, which already have been taken care by government of India or by other person, so I am taking care. For example, census data. I am not collecting census data. Already it is taken by Government of India, and I am using that. That's what secondary data is, right? Then we have analysis. So we have analysis of data and hypothesis testing. Number one is descriptive. So statistics have two types. There are two types of statistics. So what is statistics? Any idea? We use statistics in our research. What is statistics?
Sir, entire statistics probably the game of samples. Whatever we pick up the sample, do the interpretation in its way and draw the conclusion and the inferences. That
Yes.
that is the entire science is the statistics.
Okay. So there are two types of statistics. One is descriptive and another is inferential. There are two types. So what is descriptive statistics and what is inferential statistics in terms of our sample and all? Yes. I am asking question. Descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. Can you give me some example?
So descriptive statistics is with the data we are going to define something, or we are going to describe the top about the topic. Inference means with the data we are getting some knowledge about that topic.
Some example.
Example.
I believe in demo. You have watched Three Idiots, na?
Yes.
Three Idiots movie. So I believe in that demo. Chutney gira ke, I need to find out the rate. So that way I need demo so that it will be there for a long time. Yes, Pooja, you have any idea? Any example?
For descriptive statistics, sir,
Hmm.
according to psychology, I mean, according to research methods or any other,
According to you.
according to me, actually, descriptive statistics, as per me, as I have read, it is the interpretation of data uh, which has been selected by either primary data or the secondary data, whatever, the interpretation of that particular data, and making into in a particular manner, I mean taking the average of that particular data and giving a conclusion is called descriptive statistics. In the form, by making it, will use the central measure tendency measurements like mean, medium and mode, sir.
Okay. Have anyone of you ever been in some sort of interviews for some job? There will be one question. Describe yourself. Right?
Yes, sir.
Instead of introduce yourself, sometimes people use describe yourself. What would be your answer for that?
It will be a holistic answer, sir, from personals to professional to hobbies to including all the goods.
Okay.
Not much about the bad, but all about the goods only.
Yeah.
So that's what we say.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Description. If somebody asked me about the description of this room I am sitting in, what would be my answer? So the room I am sitting in, I will say in my room there is one uh, wall fan, there is one cupboard, there are 5 chairs, there is one big table, computer table, and there is a dustbin, there is a whiteboard, there is calendar hanging on. So this is all about the description of my room, right? Same way, if in a class somebody is asking me what is the description of your class, I will say there are 100 students. Out of 100, 50 are boys, hypothetically, 50 are girls. 50 students are from the same state, 50 students are from diverse states or different states. These many students are wearing specs, these many students are not wearing specs. So this all will come under the description, right? These many male, these many female, these many rural people, these many urban people, these many from this religious, these many from this religious, these many from this region, these many from this region. So that all will constitute a descriptive, right? That is a description of my class. Now, if somebody asks about the inference, I will say girls are performing better than boys. So I am making one conclusion, inferences, conclusions. Boys are performing better than girls. So that's a conclusion. That's the inference, right? First year students are good at management than second year students. Second year students are good at maturity level than first year students. So that I am making inferences. Are you getting? That is the difference between description and inferential, descriptive statistic. In descriptive stat, you are just describing. Even if you ask me to describe myself, I am, my age is this, my weight is this, my height is this. That is my description. If it is in terms of my studies, then I will say I did my graduation, post graduation, PhD, whatever, right? So that is description about my education, description about myself, or description about my class. So that is descriptive statistics, where we are not making any inferences. When it comes to inferences, my brother is elder than me, my sister is younger than me, so there I am making inferences, differences, conclusions. Is it clear? So same way in our research also, what we are doing is our population, we are giving first a descriptive statistics. So there are these many males, these many females. There are these many rural students, these many urban students. There are these many single parented students. There are these many having both the parents, right? There are these many students with socioeconomic status of high. There are these many students who have low socioeconomic status. Or there are these many students who have other these, right? So that's all coming under descriptive statistics, right? Same way we have inferential statistics. So inferential statistics, I am saying that there is a positive correlation between this variable and this variable. There is a negative correlation between this variable and this variable. Boys are performing better than girls, or girls are performing better than boys. High economic students have high happiness index. Low economic status students have low economic this happiness index. So I am making all inferences. So that's what inferential statistics is it clear? So descriptive means what are the characteristics of the respondents, what are their characteristics, how many are male, how many are female, what are their characteristics. So that is what descriptive is. Inferential is what are the characteristics of the population, or inferences a whole population, like males, females, or with one variable, another variable. Then differences, as two or more groups the same or different. Whether two or more groups are same or different. What that's what analysis we are doing. Either we will see gender differences are there, socioeconomic relatus, type of family, nuclear and joint. Who is having high happiness score? The kid who is from nuclear family or who is from joint family, right? That are the differences we are trying to identify. Then association between two variables, whether there is any relationship between attendance and performance. These are two variables. So is there any association between these two? IQ and performance, is there any association between these two? Then prediction, can we predict one variable if one variable is more or other? Can we predict prediction, if happiness is high, what will be our prediction? So performance will be good, that we can predict, right? So prediction, if somebody's IQ is high, we can predict their performance will be good. That is a prediction, right? So that is all coming under hypothesis testing. Then we have generalization and interpretation. Hypothesis is tested and upheld several times. So, what we are doing finally, we are testing our hypothesis, right? Sometimes we are accepting it, sometimes we are rejecting it, right? Leads to generalization. So, it leads to generalization. Generalization means the results what we got from our sample, we can generalize that to the whole population. That our population have this type of characteristics. For example, when I am taking a sample of 100 out of 1000, and I am saying there are 12 boys and 78 girls, for example, hypothetically, or 40 boys, 60 girls, right? Out of 100, 40 boys, 60 girls. When I am generalizing it to 10,000, so 40-60% I can say, isn't it? There won't be some other alien in that 10,000. This will be boys and girls only. So whatever characteristics this 100 participants have, that characteristics only will be having the remaining full population, isn't it? Are you getting?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why we are taking representative sample, which will represent whatever population we have. Theory testing building. Okay, sometimes we are building a theory, we are testing a theory. Real value of research is to arrive to generalization. So actually real value why we are doing research is the purpose is to generalize. As we know that we can't afford each and every participant, so we will have a representative sample, then we will be able to, so that we will be able to generalize it, right? Okay. So before going ahead, we will talk about hypothesis. So there are two types of hypothesis majorly. What are that? Two types of hypothesis are there. Yes, right. Huh?
Yes, sir.
What are
Null
that?
hypothesis,
Types of hypothesis.
null hypothesis,
Yes,
and other is alternative hypothesis for the
yes.
research
Great, great.
purpose.
So what is null hypothesis?
The the relationship between the independent variable and dependent variable.
Okay. Alternative. Okay. So null hypothesis.
Yeah.
Yes. So null hypothesis is when I'm saying there is no main difference among groups, or there is no relationship between variables or among variables. That's what null hypothesis. Null, you have to remember when I'm saying no, there is no significant main difference, because sometimes when we compare groups, then we will be talking about the main difference between the groups, or when we are talking about variables, then we will be talking about the relation. Then we will be talking about the relationship between the variables. So when we say that there is no relationship or no main difference, it means it is a null hypothesis. And alternative is alternative simply if I am not able to get food from one place, what will be the alternative? If I'm not getting rice, then I will make Maggie. Then I will have some other alternative, opposite. If not this way, then other way. If there is no relationship, what will be the alternative? There is a relationship, right? That is the alternative. Alternative of no is yes, isn't it? So then we can say there is a significant main difference between groups, or there is a significant relationship between groups. That is alternative. Now in alternative we have two more types. One is directional and another is non-directional. In directional hypothesis, we are saying that there is a positive relationship between variables or negative relationship. So we are giving direction to which direction it is going. And non-directional means when we don't know whether it will be positive or negative. Clear?
Right, sir. Right. Yeah.
Okay. Preparation of report. So finally, when we are done with analysis, data collection, everything, then we are going to prepare a report. Preliminary pages, title, data, acknowledgement, forward, then table of contents, list of tables and graphs, charts, main text. In main text, we will be having introduction, summary of findings, main report, conclusion, appendixes, bibliography. So this will be, for example, the dissertation you might have submitted or the project report you might have submitted earlier, right? So these are the main contents which are involved in that, right? Then features of a good research. When we can say this research is good, what are the features of a good research? Objectivity. So your research should be very objective. What is difference between objectivity and subjectivity? Anyone? Why it's called objectivity? Why there should be objectivity?
Objectives are very specific,
Yes,
and subjective is changing with the. I mean, it's a when you say objective is a focused,
yes.
and it's very focused, and the right word is probably uh, it doesn't change. I mean, it's applied universally. That sort of word.
So it should be actually your research should be very objective. It should not be going around the bushes, right? It should be
True.
very straightforward. Then there should be accuracy in the research. That is the second characteristic of or a feature of a good research, that it should be having accuracy. Then it should be systematic. Systematic means it should follow the procedure, whatever procedure is given. For example, research design we talk, sampling technique we talk. So it should be systematic. Like first what step we have to do, then second what step we have to do. It should go accordingly. It's not suddenly you are starting from conclusion only. Then logical. It should be logical so other people will understand. Okay, this is the thing. Then control. There should be, if it is an experimental study, there should be control. Another is generalization. We should be able to generalize the results. If we are conducting a study from 100 students out of 10,000 students, so we should be able to generalize the results. It is not we have just selected the biased people who are the toppers of the college and we are interviewing about their performance, right? So it should be in such a situation so that we can generalize the results to whole population. Free from bias. Bias, very important word. What is bias? Anyone?
So in general, bias is tilting uh, towards one way, and
Hmm.
particularly in research, it probably what I recently learned is about the placebo effect. There is a research where the participant bias or the bias is probably in the placebo effect. It says is uh, they have not taken the right medicines which are in the process, but they still feel that they are getting cured. So that's a one type of a bias. Or the body language of the researcher when speaking with a certain experimental group and the control group. When the researcher is speaking with the experimental group, probably his body language or his smile is more encouraging to the experimental group rather than the control group. So it's a sort of a bias. It's not a very consciously doing it, but it happens. So this is one research bias.
Okay. So bias, yeah, there can be n number of types of bias. So for
Yeah.
example, I want to show that this result or this research is towards this direction. So I will manipulate that. So it should be free from that manipulation, from that bias. Then reproducible. So if somebody else tomorrow is trying to do the same research, he or she should get the similar results. It should not be today I am checking that all the students' performance is showing very low, next day it is showing very high. or some other researcher is getting some different result. So it should be similar. That is reproducible, right? So this was all about our research process. Now, okay, one second. Now we will do small activity. I want to you all to hypothesize a research topic where you will find, you have to make a title, then you have to find out what is independent variable, what is dependent variable, what are extraneous variables. After that you have to create objectives, then hypothesis, then you have to write sample size, how much sample size you are going to do, and research design, which design you are going to use in that. I want you all to make a hypothetical problem for the research. Then we will discuss that. Just note it down. Take 5 minutes and prepare a research. This thing, a mini research proposal, not proposal actually, just a topic, objectives, hypothesis, and design. Done? Anyone is done? Pen ready.
मैंने यूनिट वाइज रखा है, देखिए इसमें पहले how do you want? How is this one? यूनिट वाइज रखा है.
Anyone done? Is it that difficult?
Yeah. Did, sir, very roughly.
No issue, no issue. Just make sure that we are able to understand, utilize the concept as whatever we discuss. Yes. So
Sir,
who is going to?
shall I
Yes,
start, sir? Yeah.
yes, yes, yes.
Sir, the problem which I picked up, the identification is effect of nutritional supplements on the adolescents on their IQ, intelligent quotient.
Effect of nutrition
Nutritional supplements, yeah.
on IQ. Okay.
IQ and tentative, I was struggling whether the health or the IQ, but I said more focus will be IQ. So basically, it can be health or the IQ. Health is more simple, IQ little more difficult in terms of
Okay.
measurement. However, I've taken this. And for this purpose, The second step is a literature review and all that. So what are the various nutritional impacts on the various sedentary person, non-sedentary person, various age
Leave
groups
that,
and
leave
all
that.
that.
Literature review, I am not interested now.
Yeah, that is a work. Once that is done, then the sampling. So how really to pick up the samples? So here the sampling process will be of people from the same socio-economic background in the schools, whether if it is a urban school, it's urban school or the rural school, but the socio-economic background and similar health uh, of the boys and the girls, 50-50 boys and 50 girls. So
Mm-hmm.
there are so boys and girls 50-50 and equal 100 numbers is the control samples to control samples whom we will be not administrating the nutritional supplement, but some sort of a nutritional supplement, the sugar coated samples, and other 100 would be with the nutritional supplement itself. Then the then how really to look at the initial database is done. Then after 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, the study continue up to 6 months, and the various parameters on the intelligent quotient and the health signal like the hemoglobin, the blood samples, and all those things, and the memory and all those things as well both will be taken care. And once the how really to go for the observation and the measurements techniques or involved after the periodically, both for the control samples as well as for the research samples, experimental samples. Having done that, then the drawing the conclusions. So what were the initial conditions of the control group, and how really they progress over the period of time, 6 months with an interval of 1 month, and how really these people have grown, uh, and then presentation the results with the conclusions, whether
Okay. Okay.
positive
Now I have
conclusion.
some questions. In this nutrition and IQ, which one is dependent and which one is independent?
Nutrition is independent,
Independent variable and IQ is
dependent.
okay.
Because that is what we are trying to the vary with the
Uh-huh.
impact, the its effect, whereas the nutrition is the cause.
Okay. Any extraneous variables you have included?
Extraneous way will be coming, sir. Extraneous like
No, no.
the
In title, did you incorporate any extraneous variable?
I have not done that extraneous, but I
Okay.
have
Okay.
some.
No issue. No issue. No
Yeah.
issue. Sir, and tell me now the objectives and hypothesis of this.
Objective is seeing the impact of the nutrition supplement on the adolescent at the particular the socio-economic condition. That is the objective. And the hypothesis is the null hypothesis says that there is no impact, and but we'll pay another hypothesis. Yes, there is an impact with the terms of the measurements as well as the whatever the variables we are measure in terms of health parameters and intelligent quotient, IQ level.
Okay. 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 So yours is done. We'll see. We'll discuss once
Yeah,
we get
sure.
to. Yeah. Next.
Not all, but yeah, yeah.
So okay, sir. Uh,
Okay, sir. My topic is effect of junk food on hyperactivity and behavior in preschoolers.
effect of junk food on
On
hyperactivity.
hyperactivity in preschoolers. My objective is to investigate whether having junk food by children aged by preschool children will have effect on their behavior and hyperactivity or not. Hypothesis is having more junk food by preschoolers will affect the behavior and mood and hyperactivity of the children.
Okay.
Here, independent variable will be junk food and dependent will be their mood or behavior.
Sorry, 1 second. Junk food is
Junk food will be independent variable.
independent variable, and hyperactivity is dependent variable.
Dependent, yes.
Okay. And
Uh,
what would be the design?
Design will be two groups will be taken like experiment. That I didn't understand, sir. What will be the control group and what will be the experimental group? How we should take?
Okay.
So few children will be they will be having very less junk food in a week time, and few children from the other group will be having no junk food at all. So what should be the control group and what should be the experimental group? I didn't understand, sir.
Okay, no issue, no issue. So, yeah, 1 second. Okay, design. And what type of hypothesis did you take?
Having
Did you-
junk having Eating more junk food by preschooler children will affect their behavior and mood, that will lead to hyperactivity.
Okay. Okay, what type of hypothesis is it? We were discussing about type of hypothesis. Okay, later we will discuss. Anything else? Sample size or something? No.
Maybe a sample size of 20 children.
Okay, okay, okay. No issue. Okay, next. Who is next person? Pooja?
I'm not done yet, sir.
Okay, okay. Prasanna Kumar, are you done?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, okay. Okay, just take 2 more minutes and try to finish it up. You just have to make title, hypothesis, objectives, and research design, which you are going to use.
Sir, can you clarify this, sir? What is control group and experiment?
I will.
Okay.
That's why I want this all. I will clarify all the doubts. Don't worry.
Okay, sir.
5:30. Done? Yes? Pooja, you're done now?
Sir,
Hmm. Tell the topic.
number of hours the students were sleeping, sir, uh, in the night.
Hmm.
A sample of 20 students.
No, no, what is the title?
Uh, men sleeping hours
Sleeping hours
of an adult.
of an adult. Hmm.
And the hypothesis would be,
Is it sleeping hours of an adult? Only that is the title.
yeah.
Okay. And hypothesis?
Mm, actually, I'm not getting the correct point, sir. So I'm thinking on that. Maybe I need
Okay,
some
no issue.
clarification on that.
No issue. No issue. Okay. Who else? Kumar sir, you are done. Okay, we will go with first this discussion. Um, Jagdish sir's discussion. Effect of nutrition on IQ, health of IQ, right? So you have mentioned nutrition as IV, independent variable character, and health of IQ is D, right? So
Yes, sir.
you haven't mentioned any extraneous variable in the title, but it is okay. With this also, we can go ahead. Then, could you please repeat your objectives, sir? Objectives and hypothesis.
For me, for me,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. No, sir, mine is the effect of nutrition supplements on the adolescents, on health and IQ.
Mm-hmm.
This is my topic.
Topic. Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, and then I have picked up for the similar socio-economic background and similar age boys and girls, 50-50 each. Uh, Maybe the urban, if it's urban, or the rural, whatever it may be, but one socio-economic background and similar age group people. And 50, 100 control samples, hundreds is your experimental group. Similarly for 50 girls, 50 boys, sort of that. And then the what are the positive and the research design is, so to have the initial their health as well as IQ testing initial as a ground zero, then every month interval how with the serving of the control samples are sugar pills, not the nutrition samples. However, for the experimental group, we will be giving the nutrition samples and continue to measure the whether their hemoglobin in the blood or their the physical activity, their sharpness, their all those. There are some 5 6 health parameters, as well as for the IQ is of course the IQ, initial IQ and subsequently IQ doesn't changes in 6 months significantly, may not change, but it will give some positive impact on whether that need to be assessed. So that is a research design, sir. And then after 6 months of time, or maybe period of 1 year with this, and finally it will be conclusion whether the really the nutrition supplement which composes of the minerals and as well as the vitamins would be giving the better health to the similar socio-economic background, rural background of the children. That's in nutshell, sir.
Okay, okay, great. Okay. So there is a word like you have used it. You are going to use it as an experimental study. So
Yes.
we need to discuss about experimental design.
Yeah.
Just a second.
May I add one thing, sir?
Sure.
One of the this is extraneous. I was thinking, but the energy level or the impact. If the same people are taking the nutritional supplements, but some of them people have also taken with knowingly unknowingly start taking some more supplements additionally. Probably that would give some erroneous results in some. So that is the one caution factor. So people need to be told that not to take any other nutritional supplement or the energy supplements apart from what is being served as for the experimental group.
Okay. Okay. So yeah. So before going into this discussion, I will let you know what actually research experimental research is. So what is experimental research? Just in two words, can anybody answer? Experimental design or experimental research? We have different research designers that we will go through, but experiment, as here we have problem as experimental research. So what is experimental research?
Uh, so what I understand experimental research is uh, there is certain ground level, zero level, one condition, and subsequently by inducing certain changes or bringing some variables, and how really it affects subsequent period of time at the regular intervals. Uh, very, very tentatively.
Okay, yeah. So in simple words, experimental design is cause and effect relationship. Just cause and effect relationship. Okay. When we have cause and effect, cause is the way you are manipulating the nutrition, and effect is what consequences you are going to get, right? So that's what cause and effect relationship is. And your title is okay, your objectives are okay, hypothesis okay. So what you can do is you can manipulate the nutrition and
Yes.
to check the IQ, right?
Yes.
IQ will be your dependent variable and nutrition will be your independent variable. So it is clear. No issue. Now coming
Yes.
to the second topic, effect of junk food.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Okay. So in this junk food, you are saying that it is independent variable, right?
Hmm.
Okay. And hyperactivity is dependent variable, right?
Hmm.
But, and you said you will be taking control group and experimental group, right?
Yes, sir. Few children who are having more junk food and few others who are not having much. That's what I didn't understand, sir.
Okay,
What
okay,
is this
okay.
control and
But
experiment?
there is a question.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to manipulate junk food, that you are calling some people and giving junk food which is not healthier? So is it permissible? Because in first slide, if you remember, we have discussed whether we will be able to do it or not. Is it doable?
Yes. Yes.
Ethically, whether it is correct or not.
Oh, maybe we won't be giving, but we will be noting down what all they are eating. Maybe we can
That
take.
is what. Then the design will change, na?
Yes, sir.
Then your design will change. But if you are
Yes.
saying,
Yes,
I
sir.
want to see the effect of alcohol in an experimental design.
Yes.
But if somebody who is not interested in alcohol, I can't force them to have alcohol.
Yes. Yes.
Are you getting? Or
Yes,
some
sir.
poison or something which will harm the participant,
Participant.
because we have to also look into the ethics we have to keep in consideration, right?
Okay.
So here we have to change the design. We can do in this thing, but not experimental. Like experimental is not going to manipulate it, because
Yes.
something which is not good, healthier, you can't manipulate that, right? Okay. So that is one thing. Then you had doubt about what? Control group and experimental group, right?
Yes, sir.
So why there is a need of control group in experimental research? Why there is a need of control group?
So it's the base data.
Compare with the result which we are getting.
Okay. Yes, sir. Jagdish, sir. You want to say?
Yeah, sir, control group is very vital in the experimental research is because it's the base data. So how really base is varying with the induced changes in the experimental group. So comparison will always be happen with the base data, and the control group is
Very
the
good.
base
Very
group.
good. So, for example, I have taught you, I am teaching you from last 1 week psychology, right? So, if I am claiming that now you all are expert in research, you have learned the research methodology course because I am teaching you from 1:30 till now. To what extent I can claim this? Okay, I before like teaching you even I can say that if I take your exam before starting my class in research methods and after finishing my class in research method, it may show me good improvement. The words you are not aware about, the terminology, the methods you are not available, so you won't be able to understand. So the score you are getting initially will be lesser than the score you will get after my class, right? So
Yes.
then you may ask, what is the need of control group? Anyway, we are getting that, okay, before class it was this much, after class it is this much, so it shows that your class was effective, so we have learned something, right? When there is a lecture, before lecture, whatever we have knowledge about that topic, after lecture, obviously, whether if we enhance, then it will show that results will show that our performance or our knowledge about this content has increased, right? Then what is the use of control group? Why do we use control group?
So
This
it's
is
a
my first.
basically a measurement is a measurement of the enhanced knowledge. Maybe the zero level before that we have certain scores of the psychology. Maybe out of 100 on the research methodology we scored 40 marks or 50 marks. After your lecture of 5 hours, 4 hours, we are able to score 50. So that is the measurement. So there's a base data before start of the class and after start of the class. So the control that becomes before start of the class become the control data. In the experimentals group, because it's a prolonged period of time and there are certain physical chemical changes are happening in the samples or in the objects. So probably to keep the comparative data in place and also to measure and notice the changes, positive change or the negative changes which is bringing the or to the experimental group.
Yes, you are
Probably.
very close to the answer, or you know the answer, but putting it in a very specific or simple way. I will put that in a simple way how
G.
it is. So actually, for example, I have right now here 7 students, right? Before starting my class, average score in research methodology, all of you got 50%, 50 marks out of 100. Now, after I finish the class, you got 70%, 70 marks. So there is a change of 20% marks. So it means my lecture have enhanced or given you a knowledge of 20%. Is it correct or not?
Yes.
Now, or after 2 days, I am taking this second test. Right? Today I taught you. After 2 days, I am taking your second test because we had to give time gap also sometimes. So I am seeing that there is a change in your knowledge, which is now 70%. Right? Now, if I claim this thing, okay, my lecture was so awesome, so my students were able to improve from 50 to 70. But some people may claim, no, it is not because of your lecture. How I will defend them? It can be because of some other factors also, right? After 2 days of taking your exam, what if you all have gone through YouTube videos and you have learned? What
Yes.
if you all have, because of time period, you have understood the differences? It may not be because of me. That is why I am keeping another group which I am not giving exposure.
Okay.
So there will be two groups. One will be experimental group. I am teaching you. Another group who are absentees, right? Seven
Okay.
students are present. Seven students are absent, and they does not know what happened in the class. There is no recording. There is nothing. They don't have any source from this class. They
Yes.
read by their own. After 1 week or after 2 days, I am taking again the scores, and I could see that this class, this my student, seven students, have improved. Jagdish sir, could you please mute your mic because some
So,
noise is coming? Yeah, yeah, okay. So after 2 days or 3 days, when I am claiming that my experimental group have improved 20% from 70% to 7 from 50 mark percentage of average marks, they have reached to 70%. And same time I have to check the control group also. If control group also is getting 70%, then do you think it is because of my lecture that it is impacting? No. If control group is getting 60% or 50%, right, then only I can claim, oh, see the difference. I did not teach them. That's why they got less marks. I taught this group. That's why this. So that is why we need to have comparison group. Got it? Sometimes with time you may learn some things. It is not because of only the resource person. Sometimes it may be your curiosity, you will go and learn, right? But to show that it is because of the lecture, and who will go and learn? You only those who have exposure. For example, I put some points here: research, design, quasi experiment, control, and all. Some of you may have curiosity, you will go and learn that. Getting? So when I take again the exam, you will have that more knowledge. The group who are absent, they don't have any idea what was happening in the class, right? So how they will get? So to show that, that is why I need to have control group. Clear? Now you understood why we need to keep control group and experimental group. Now again, another thing, there is something called quasi experimental and experimental design. You might have heard quasi experiment and experiment design. So in experiment design, now what I am doing is, in your, for example, you have 15 students or 14 students in the class, I am just taking all the toppers of the class and teaching them. And then remaining 7 who are the weaker, I am keeping them aside as in control group. Again, if I am doing some sort of study, it will have different results. Or I am taking all the students who are weaker in the class in my experiment group and the toppers in the control group. That also have effect on my results, right? Because they may by themselves only know the answers and they may score sometimes more than the experimental group. Then that does not mean that my lecture was deteriorating their knowledge. Are you getting? So that is why there is something called sampling, random sampling. We have to randomly select. It is not all toppers will be in one group, or all weakers will be on one group, or all male will be on one group, or all female will be on. So randomly we have to give equal chance to each one, and we have to randomly select in both the groups. That is what experimental design is. Now in quasi experiment, there is no randomization. That is the only difference between experimental design and quasi experiment. So in quasi experiment, I like these students to be in control group, these students to be in this experimental group, right? Is it clear now?
clear, sir. It's right. It's okay.
Okay. Any doubt till here?
No, sir. It's okay.
Okay, okay, good. So here we need to change the design or we need to change the variable because we can't do that. Now coming to the third proposal. So number of hours, sleep hours, what Pooja have
Sir,
proposed.
before that,
Yes,
little
yes.
more elaboration, quasi experimental, sir. You just mentioned
Okay.
about that.
Okay.
Little more elaboration on that.
Quasi-experimental is similar as experimental design, but only difference in quasi-experiment is that in sampling technique there is no randomization. I am selecting 100 participants. I am just I am not on the basis of randomization putting them in control group and experimental group. That is the only difference in quasi and experimental design. So in
And sir,
quasi,
how does it helps us in the research design? How does it help? Suppose I have picked up 100 students, randomly I have picked up 50 other sites. And how really it will help us? Because there should be some basis for the segregation, no, sir? What I am understanding. Well,
see, in experimental, what we will do is we are selecting 100 participants. Then we are randomly dividing them into two groups. Randomly. For example, all odd roll numbers and even roll numbers. Right? Or we are making chits, so whoever gets, we are writing experiment control. Whoever gets E and whoever gets C, we are distributing them on that basis. Right? So that is randomization. But in quasi experiment, there is no randomization. Okay, first two rows are in control group, second two rows are in this thing. It can be first two rows all are females only, right? Usually in class, first two rows will be females, second two rows will be male. So I'm saying first rows females in control group, second row males in experimental group, or vice versa. Or I am saying okay, on the basis of this proportion of class, okay, this side in experimental group, this side, but there is no proper randomization that every individual will get equal chance. That is what in quasi experiment we have. Or I like, okay, you this person should be in experimental group because I know them. There can be a purposive selection also, there can be a judgmental selection also. Are you getting? So that is the difference between this. Is
and
it clear?
what is the advantage of this, sir? What is the advantage of this quasi experimental?
Advantage,
Yeah.
sometimes what is there is in see, sometimes it is very difficult to get the sample size, right? So it is difficult to understand on what domains we are dividing. So our for example, usually if we have a huge number of sample, okay, to divide them into groups will be very difficult. Or if we have online and offline, so it will be very difficult. For example, I am taking online session, how I will divide the participants in different two groups, control and experimental. So there are advantages as well as disadvantages for both experimental as well as this thing, right? Okay. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Okay. So now coming to another, this one, sleep hours of an adult. Pooja. Yes. Pooja, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am there.
Uh-huh. Sleeping hours of an adult.
Yes, sir.
So sleeping hours of an adult. Here there is only one variable, right? Sleeping hours,
Yeah.
right? So we can't compare it with anything.
Hmm.
So number one, this looks like incomplete title,
Yeah.
right? So we need to
Yes.
complete it.
Okay, sir.
That is one. So either it should be, title should be very specific, and from title only we should understand whole methodology. You show me any title, I will tell you what analysis we are going to do in that. If you show me any sort of title, and you cross check, you will be able to find that okay, this is the purpose of that. So title should be very specific, and anybody should understand what the person is going to do in that title. That's why I showed you that picture. Are you getting? If you are seeing a person wearing such dressing, okay, by just face only, by cap color only, you can identify how it will be in further, right? That was the relevance of that picture. The picture of different socks and shoes I have put in the slide, right? So title should be in such a way where I can understand what all methodology the person has used. You give me any sort of title, I will give you the analysis. Any sort of title, I will directly tell you what would be the analysis, what would be the uh, design the person is planning to use by just looking at the title. So that way we should have like sir's title, Jagdish sir's title, it is experimental in nature. So we can use NCOVA, we can have control group, we can have experimental group, and we can check the differences on that basis. It is very clear, everything is clear in the title. Again, junk food, like junk food we can't induce or we can't manipulate. I can't give somebody junk food which is not healthier. So there are ethical guidelines which I need, which a researcher need to follow. So leave that. If you give me any other title, I can tell you what would be the objective, what would be the methodology, what will be the outcome, like what would be the statistical analysis we are going to use. Any other title is ready now? Kumar Beti sir. Saktamiya. Okay. Okay. Anyway, no issue. Did you
Sir,
understand? Yeah, yeah.
positive effect of positive effect of counseling on the people who are consuming liquor, means before liquor, before counseling sessions and after counseling sessions. What are the
Positive effect of counseling on alcohol.
positive effect of counseling on the persons who have attended the counseling sessions, before
Hmm.
counseling sessions and after counseling sessions? We will measure the positive effect of counseling.
Okay. So effectiveness of counseling in reduction of alcoholism. In simple terms, what you mean to say, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So what is the objective and hypothesis in this? Objectives and hypothesis.
Sir, objectives, reduction in number of people who are consuming liquor.
Okay.
And
Okay. So in this topic, again, what we are going to do is we are trying to understand the effectiveness of counseling. For example, I had 10 clients who are consuming alcohol. So on day first, I am trying to understand how much quantity they are consuming or how many packs they are consuming in a day, what time they are consuming. So after giving them some sessions, right, how much the quantity have been reduced. So that is what sir mean to say by this research, right? So we are saying actually here we are manipulating counseling. we are giving counseling, and we are looking at the effectiveness of alcoholism, quantity of alcoholism they are consuming. So try to understand the concept here. There are two variables. Number one is counseling, intervention, right? And number two is alcohol consumption, right? These are the two variables. So what I am manipulating, I am manipulating counseling. I am giving counseling that it's not good for health. Either I am doing it through CBT or SFBT or any other counseling technique, right? Then I am trying to identify whether it has any impact on the quantity the person is consuming or not. So effectiveness of counseling. This also can be done through, like, first session that the person is coming, there are 10 people, one person said that he is consuming 10 packs in a day, another person said 2 packs in a day, another person said 3 packs. I will take all the data. After my 3 sessions or 4 sessions, I am just trying to understand again what is the data. So I will take it again, then only I can say whether my counseling is effective or not. Are you getting? This
Yes,
also
sir.
can be done in experimental. For example, I have 10 clients, 5 clients I am giving counseling, 5 clients I am not giving counseling. Then I am looking after 1 month or 2 months, what is the quantity they are consuming or not consuming. Okay, good. Any other title? Okay. If no, then we will go with another topic.
Sir, uh,
Yes.
employability, uh, rise in employability um after attending certification courses, additional certification courses, in addition to the um, uh, formal education.
Hmm.
Like means the certificate courses like AI and machine learning courses are there. So how that after completion of the course, how the employability of the candidate is increasing.
Yes, that also we can look. For example, what you mean to say is that there are 100 employees in my organization, right? Out of 100, some of the employees are going for extra courses. For example, how to use chat GTP, how to use AI tools, right? So, and their performance, we can see their performance. There will be obviously high performance among those employees who are more technical, who are more skilled and learning from new this thing. So that will help their promotion as well as outcome, their performance. That also you can do through experiment. Also you can do, those who have done the extra course, compare their performance with those who did not do the experimental course, sorry, do the course. That also can be a steady title. Yes.
Sir, in this means I am able to means formulate a topic, but I am not able to means differentiate within like control groups and variable groups, or means all the step by step. Can you please detail those things, sir, in this?
Okay, so there are two now. What variables are there? Employees who are going with extra course. So extra course means training to AI tool means training means independent variable, because there is a manipulation. I am giving them more skills how to use different AI tools, right? That's the training. Then their performance will be dependent what they are performing, right? Now we can divide those employees who got the training in experimental group and those who did not got the training in control group, right? and then we can compare their performance. So obviously those who got some extra additional skills, their performance will be higher than those who did not got that, right? So in this, independent variable will be the training or the AI training, whatever they got. Dependent variable will be, for example, their performance, for example, their wages, because when you have good distinct skill set, your increment will happen, their promotions, their mental well-being, because when you can save the time, the task you are doing in a day, when you are doing it in a 2 hours, you will have good relation with manager, with colleagues, and even with family. You can give more time to family, right? So that's what we believe in smart work. So in that case, these all will become dependent variable, and independent variable will be one variable, that is the training they are getting. Clear?
Yes, sir.
So is it clear now? Then experimental and control. Experimental group will be those who have got the training, and control will be those who did not got the training. And then you are checking the differences. Is it clear now? Your question? I hope I answered your
Yes,
question.
yes, understood, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Well, so with this, our block one mostly is covered, which was introduction to research methods. We have covered most of the topics in that. Now we have block two, which is types of research, right? In block two, we have unit one, survey research. Now, what is survey research? Survey research is non-experimental research. Earlier, we were talking about experimental research, right? Now we have survey research. Survey research is non-experimental descriptive research method using standardized questionnaires or interviews to gather data from a large sample. It is quantitative and helpful for studying population with common characteristics through direct and indirect observations. Survey. So in social sciences, we are using mostly survey research also, survey method also, right? So it's a non-experimental descriptive research. Why non-experimental? Because we don't have control group and experimental group in it. It is a descriptive research using standardized questionnaires. So we are using standardized questionnaires. What are standardized questionnaires?
A
Anyone?
set of questions
Hmm.
related to the topic we are researching.
Okay.
Maybe one of the example is the poll survey, sir, where irrespective of the geographies, age group, all the voters are eligible for that. And there is a standard questionnaire in terms of the advantage of that particular candidate at that particular region. So it's a focused and the questionnaires is which seeks the various answers for the that particular topic.
Okay. So before going to standardization questionnaire, we will discuss about interview schedule. There is structured, unstructured, and semi-structured questionnaire. Structured questionnaire, unstructured questionnaire, and semi-structured questionnaire. Have you heard about these three terms? Anyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So structured questionnaire again. Structured questionnaire is which is standardized. Standardized questionnaire is which have all the psychometric properties. Psychometric properties includes objectivity, reliability, validity, norms, and what are the characteristics of a scale? Psychodynamic property. Mainly, it should have reliability and validity, right? So that's what structured questionnaire is, which is already structured. For example, if you are going to buy something to a shopkeeper, they have a structured, like it is already standardized measure to measure something. For example, you are buying 1 kg of something. The tool they are using, that is a standardized tool, that and 1,000 grams are there in 1 kg, right? Same way, if you are buying oil, they will be having that liter which have that ISI mark, or kg, that when they are using that old this thing, tarazu in Hindi. So they will have that instruments or tools which are like standardized. Wherever you mark, wherever you measure, that it will be equal, right? That is what standardization is. So standardized questionnaire is which have all these properties: objectivity, it should be very specific, reliability and validity. Now what is reliability and validity? Validity, anyone? Okay, we will go in detail. There is one slide.
Acceptable by everyone.
Okay. Okay. So what structured questionnaire is, it has these qualities, psychometric properties. Semi-structured questionnaire. What is semi-structured questionnaire? Which is not structured and unstructured, right? Very simple answer. I was expecting you will say yes. Okay, so that is true. It is not structured and it is not unstructured. So it is between structured and unstructured. So it is not standardized and it is not like we don't have any question. For example, when we are preparing a tool without the validation and reliability, we are conducting interview. Sociology and other subjects, education and all, they use semi-structured. So there is some sort of structure of questions. These questions we have to ask, but these are not standardized. Okay. Then we have unstructured. Unstructured questionnaire is when you don't know what they are going to ask you. For example, when you are going for interview, it is not always subject specific. Sometimes they will ask you, what is your running speed? How many? What is your hobby? Even for an interview of something which is not related to that. How many kids you have, right? So what is the relevance of that kids with the job you are going to do? So sometimes they will ask anything, whatever. If if any panelist's mood is upset, he had some fight and all, so they will ask you accordingly the questions, right? They will ask you something, if he have come across a road where he finds something, it is in his brain, he will portray that question only. Okay, tell me why this is happening on the road, why this is happening in the society. Are you getting? So there is no structure. Okay, you have to limit the questions from this area to this area. So that's what unstructured questionnaire is it clear? Now clear what is structure, unstructured and semi structure?
Yes, sir.
Oh, great.
Sir,
Okay.
once about the semi structured, just to tell me once more, sir. Semi structured questionnaire.
Semi-structure is when it is not standardized. For example, I am supposed to ask you some questions. They are giving me a blueprint of these are the questions you have to ask. But it is not. Sometimes you will see in interviews, some faculties or some interview panelists, they have list of questions. in front of them, they will ask that only, right? So whatever area it is, they will have limited questions. Okay, this question we have to ask, right? Are you getting? Especially HR's questions are semi-structured questions. They will ask you how much salary you are expecting. If you are shifting, what will be your expectation? So that are this thing. Why you want to shift to this new organization? These are some questions which are already like structured, but these are not standardized. That's why questions.
Sir, what about the open-ended questionnaire and close-ended questionnaire?
I will that also. Yes. Is it clear? This semi structure now?
It's right, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Got
Yes.
it. Got it.
Yeah. Now we have open-ended questionnaire and closed-ended questionnaire. Right. Okay. So what is open-ended questionnaire? Anyone?
The questionnaire may be opened during the live questioning at the time. I think so. At the time,
Hmm.
whatever the question rises at the time, it will.
See, okay. Okay, I will give you example. Do you had breakfast? Yes or no?
Yes.
You will say yeah, one answer, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes,
What
sir.
type of question it is? Is it open-ended or closed-ended?
It's a open-ended.
Close. Close.
Now there is contradictory. Some are saying open, some are saying closed. Okay,
Because there's
that
no
we will
point.
discuss later. Okay, okay. I will come to that. Now, another question is, how was your experience in today's class, my class? What will be the
Open.
answer?
Open-ended.
Open-ended. I
Okay,
think.
now what will be the answer?
Open-ended, sir.
No, that I understood. Okay, no, what would be the answer? So you will write whether the class or class was boring, we did not enjoy, or it was good, we enjoyed, it was this thing. So you can write
Yeah.
as much you want to write. But when I
True.
ask you, you had breakfast or not, it
Only one
was
someone.
okay.
One.
So open-ended questionnaire is when I am asking you something and you have the freedom to write whatever you want to write and how much you want to write.
Yes. Okay, sir.
Closed-ended is I am giving you choice, yes or no, and you have to answer limit to that only.
Yeah. Now I got, sir. So the
Got
breakfast
it?
is close-ended. Right.
Yes, that is closed-ended because you are only getting two options,
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
right?
Yes.
So mostly we use in quantitative research closed-ended questions. We give options. Agree, strongly agree, disagree, right?
Like link outs.
But in qualitative research, we are not giving closed-ended. We are giving open-ended questions. How do you feel about this phenomena? How was your experience about this particular event? Right. So that is what open-ended is. Clear? Okay. Coming back to our topic, survey research. From survey, we reached some other place. Okay. Anyway, so we will be doing now observation. What is observation?
Quietly monitoring the situation.
Quietly monitoring the situation, right? Okay, this
Not
is very
not a questionnaire, means we don't ask any questions. We
uh-huh.
observe the things. We assume yes, no, means
Okay,
Rather in the
before
data,
that, yes,
observing whatever we see, we hear, whatever the observations we gather the data.
yes. Okay, before that we have qualitative and quantitative, right? So qualitative, what is the difference between qualitative research and quantitative research? Anyone?
The quality means, I think, the data, but whatever we get in a pure content, like whatever the exact in the pure content, and the quantitative means the lump sum of data among.
Okay. Any other example?
So, like number of marks scored by students can be quantitative, and after scoring, what are their happiness scores is qualitative.
Okay. Anyone else?
Sir, qualitative is a softer side, not hardcore numbers, whereas the quantitative is very hardcore numbers. That's one major difference comes. Then
Okay.
uh, the approach in the qualitative is an inductive approach, and when we say inductive approach means it starts from the individual and we generalize it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in quantitative uh, uh, we go from the deductive approach, that is from the generalization to individual approach. Uh, Another is qualitative is subjective, quantitative is objective in approach.
Okay. Okay. Good. So now I will give you some examples. How many siblings do you have? This is one question. Whether it will be qualitative or quantitative.
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 Yes. Okay. So another example would be, how was your experience during your masters through IGNOU?
Qualitative. So like
Qualitative.
qualitative.
Yes.
Qualitative.
So number of siblings, you will just tell me these many siblings I have. Okay. It is a quantity which I can measure, which we can measure. Okay. If I ask you how much honest you are, is it qualitative or quantitative?
Qualitative.
Qualitative.
It is qualitative. I can't say one honest I am, two honest I am, three honest I am, right? It is a qualitative, right? So you understood the concept of qualitative and quantitative. So mostly we are like surveys and questionnaires we are using in both qualitative and quantitative. Okay. So it is quantitative and helpful for studying population with common characteristics through direct and indirect observation. Common characteristics. What is this? There is some concept called homogeneity. So population should be homogeneous. Then only we can generalize. Whatever population we have, there are three important. Number one, there should be normal distribution in data. There should be variance and there should be homogeneity. For example, if I want to check in terms of homogeneity, I will give you a very good example. I want to check average height of the class in this. Out of these 7 students, I want to check average height. What would be the average height? So I have to add all the height is divided by 7.
Divided
It
by
will be the
7.
height, right? It may be 5.6, 5.5, or 5.4, right? Now, if a person who is just 3 feet of height or a person who is 7 feet, for example, Amitabh Bachchan is in this group. So it will impact our height. Your average height will go to 6 feet if there is one person who is 9 feet. Are you getting?
Yes.
So that is heterogeneous, that's not homogeneous. So the characteristics of the population are different. So we should take such population which have similar characteristics. So similar characteristics, you all are human beings. That is one similarity. You all are from psychology, IGNOU. That is another one. Are you getting? You all are male and female, right? So these are the characteristics. So there should be similar characteristics. Sometimes age range we consider it should be youth, it should be adult, it should be young adult. So that is what homogeneity is, characteristics are, right? Steps conduct involved, okay, steps involved in conducting survey research: determine aim and objective, justify, okay, I think define population, survey. Okay, whatever steps we have discussed in our experimental, similar steps we are using in this also, survey research also, but the only difference is experimental research is usually conducted in lab setting where we are trying to control extraneous variables, the variables we discuss, extraneous variables, right? For example, I am conducting a study, I want to see the effect of my class on students. So there is one room where there is too much noise, another room there is no noise, right? Which one will have more effectiveness? That noise is again extraneous variable. The sound of fan, the temperature of room. So there are two students, one I put with AC in 13 degree or 16 degree, another I put 30 degree, right? Or 40 degree in the room temperature. Who will be able to perform better? Or another I put room temperature 21 degree Celsius. Which one will perform better out of three? So obviously the one who is in 14 degree will feel too cold. Their concentration towards studies won't be that good. The one I put at 40 degree will feel it hot. So their concentration won't be there. The one I put at 21 will be average, so that person will be able to. So the temperature is also working as an extraneous variable. So that's why mostly experimental studies are conducted in lab or in some proposed settings. Survey you can conduct anywhere, anyway, while you are traveling, while you are on call, while you are on email, while you are conducting the data through going evening, morning, anytime. There is no time for that, right? No time limit for that. Steps involved in conducting survey research are determine aim and objective. So like we earlier discussed, same way we have to identify the aim and objectives, define the population, which population we are going to consider in this research, then design the survey, how, what research design we are going to use, select a representative sample. So through sampling technique we have to select a sample, then administer the survey. We have to administer the questionnaire or whatever method we are going to use. Then we have analyze and interpret the data and report and communicate the findings. Same way as we said earlier in this thing. Just a 1 second. Okay, so then that all these are the steps, 7 steps we are going to consider in this, as we did in experimental, which we already discussed. Methods, instruments used in collecting data through survey research. So what are the different methods or instruments we are using in survey research? Predominantly, there are three major ways which can be used as an instrument in collecting data with the help of sampling. Sampling involves selecting a subset of a population to represent the whole population. As we earlier discussed that what population is, for example, I am in VIT, we have 17,000 students in VIT. So this is my population. Now my sample will be, for example, I am selecting from each department or each school 100 or 1,000. So we have six schools here, so 6,000 will be my samples, and population will be whole students in the VIT, right? Or in Andhra Pradesh, how much youth we have. If I am selecting 6,000 out of total youth in Andhra Pradesh. That will be my subset. Subset means subset of that population. Clear? Questionnaire: a paper, pencil, or multiple choice test which responds select answers from provided options. It is useful for collecting data from large group at once. Questionnaires can be answered through different methods. Right. That's what questionnaire is. Mail survey. We can do a mail survey. We can send a mail via mail also. We can collect the data. Group administration questionnaire in class. I am going and giving them Google link nowadays is available and getting the data. Household drop off survey. So I am going door to door and then I am collecting the data. Then another we have interview. Interviews of different types. A direct face-to-face method of data collection. So in that I am talking, and here only we have this structured interview in unstructured. So we have actually in interview also this structured, unstructured, and semi-structured. Even in questionnaire also we have structured interview, similar to what structured questionnaire is. Predetermined questions are asked in a specific order, providing consistency in response. So, in structured interview or questionnaire, there is a order. So, question number one will be this, that only will be asked. If, for example, what is your name? This will be the for all participants. This will be the question one. What is your age? Second question. So, all participants, it will be the same order. Everything will be followed. That is what the characteristic of structured questionnaire is or interview is. Unstructured, more information with no pre-planned questions, allowing the conversation to follow based on the respondent's answer. You might have seen, so somebody actually, when I was facing some interviews in different universities, so one of my friends suggested me that the interviewer, the one who is giving the interviewee, is the driver of the interview panel. The way he want to drive the panel will go accordingly. So I know the best way how my panelists are going to ask me questions. The direction I take them, they will ask me questions accordingly. So that's what semi-structured questionnaire is, or unstructured questionnaire is, where we don't have any particular structure. This question will be this. For example, I am saying them I am from this field, research methodology. Then they will ask me in research only. So that's why always whenever you are facing any sort of interview, so you are the drivers where you can take them. Wherever you want to take them, they will ask from that field only. Then we have telephonic interview. You know, while a call, I am asking you to get some information. So I am doing telephonic interview. Types of survey research. Now coming to types of research, survey research. Number one is cross-sectional research or cross-sectional survey. This method collects data from different groups based on factors like age, gender, or social groups. For example, one group age 2 to 3, another group 3 to 4, 4 to 5, cross-sectional. Another is longitudinal. So how longitudinal is different? I am observing one participant only from birth till adulthood, for example. But cross-section, I am taking different groups. I don't have to wait. Longitudinal have a lot of limitations because who will have time till that time? The person researcher will only die. If he is going to wait a baby from birth till his adulthood or his old age, the researcher will die till that time, right? So cross-sectional survey is hmm, the method collects data from different groups based on factors like age, gender, and social group at one point of time in time. It is not waiting for okay when this adult will become this young adult will become adult or child will become adult, right? So it is like at one time they are collecting from different groups. Since it is conducted only once, it is less time consuming and more effective, making it deal for analyzing various across groups. So it is taking less time and it is less costly, right? When we are talking about the longitudinal survey, this survey follows the same sample over a prolonged period. So same sample for long time from just a second. Just a second. Okay. So longitude, the survey follows the same sample over a prolonged period, like for long time, from childhood till adulthood, making it useful for studying long-term effects or changes in behavior, attitudes, or events. The same participants are observed multiple times, allowing for detailed tracking of development over time. So usually in lifespan development, people are doing long-term, longitudinal uh, surveys, right? In that, in longitudinal also we have different types: trend studies, coherent studies, and panel studies. Trend studies. These studies focus on changes or trends within a specific population over time, even if the exact sample differs during each wave of data collection. An example is monitoring the reading habits of university graduates each year in different shifts in behavior. So when you are seeing the trend, we usually use this word trend studies or trend. What is the trend? How trend is going in this, right? Cohort studies. These studies observe the same cohort or population group, the graduating class of 2009, at different intervals. So this class I am looking now. After 2 years, I am looking the same class participant. After 3 years, I am looking again the same class participant. Then we have panel studies. This type of study uses the exact same sample or panel each time to track change in the behavior or opinions within the same individuals. Again, it is similar to cohort study. In cohort study, we have group of participants, but in panel, we are selecting some participants and observing them only for long time. Constructing a survey. So, you want some break? Actually, we were continuously going ahead. So, we'll have some break of 20 minutes.
That will be good, sir.
Am I audible? Ah, yes.
Maybe
So, we'll
maybe 15 minutes enough for 15 minutes.
15 20 minutes. We will take a break. We will get back,
Okay.
right?
Okay,
What time
sir.
will be back, sir, then? 4:45?
Uh, 4:50.
ठीक.
Okay,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you all back from the break?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, one small request.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. Sir, after completion of the sessions, are we given the PPT?
I will share
I will
all the
share
PPT
all the PPT
as even
as
ma'am last time said. She will be sharing to your mail IDs. All the PPTs, whatever classes I took, I will be giving all the PPTs.
and what about the records, sir? Recording is done of the.
Recording is also
Recording is
available.
also
Recording.
available. Recording.
So recording also, ma'am will share the link.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Yes. So we were discussing about constructing a survey research. So how do we construct a tool or a questionnaire or a scale in psychological research? So deciding content and objectives. So first of all, we are trying to decide the content and objectives, ensuring the questions align with the research objectives to collect the relevant data. For example, I want to understand what is the interest level of students in the class. So if I am trying to develop a tool on that, I will be asking questions related to that only, right? So that's what ensuring the alignment with the research objective. So I should have a specific objectives that okay, this thing I have to ask, so that I will be able to understand what is your interest level. So it should be related to the interest only. Choosing response format. Select the appropriate response format. So whether it should be multiple choice questions, whether it should be uh, yes no questions, whether it should be Likert scale questions. Okay, like you have seen that agree, disagree, strongly agree, right? So there are multiple options in Likert scale also, so for easier and accurate responses, right? Then framing questions. After that, we have to frame the questions. Use clear, concise wording to avoid confusion and gather reliable data. So while creating the questions, while developing the questions for any sort of scale, what we are supposed to do is we need to be very specific. The questions should be very clear. The questions should be objective in nature. The questions should be concise in nature to gather the reliable data. Organizing questions flow. So question flow also should be organized. So organized question flow means what you need to ask first and what you need to ask second, right? So that also depends. So organization, it should be in a flow, step by step. Maintaining ethical sensitivity, very important thing is ethical sensitivity we need to maintain. Frame questions respectful to uphold the respondent's values and privacy. Ensure honest answers. We have to frame such questions where we are not entering in the privacy of the participant. We have to be very careful with the ethical considerations, because it should not hurt somebody's sentiments. We have to respect their like ethics and their values. Type of question in survey research, as we discuss about structured questionnaire, right? We already discussed what structured is. Dichotomous question. Dichotomous simply means which has two options. Dichotomy. Di means two. Dichotomy means two options. These questions offer only two possible responses, such as yes, no. You had food, yes or no. True or false. Did you go there? Is it true or is it false? These they are simple and easy to analyze, but may limit unanswered responses. Okay, so these are easy to understand. So that is what dichotomy questionnaire is. Dichotomy with two options. Then levels of measurement based questions. Levels of measurement. So do you know what are different levels of measurement? What are levels of measurement? So we have four levels of measurement actually. Nominal or scales of measurement, we can say. Nominal scale, ordinal scale, interval, and ratio. Right. So what is nominal scale? Nominal scale is just naming for naming purpose. Can you give me any example of nominal scale? Anyone?
Sir, like example, male and female, boys and girls, like that.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other example? Okay. I hope all of you watch cricket match or volleyball match or any one match you might have watched on TV or somewhere in court, right? We all know there is a uniform each player is wearing, right? Each player is having one uniform, right? And there is a number on that uniform. For example, Virat Kohli, what is the number behind his uniform? On his uniform?
18, sir.
18.
7.
7. It is
Dhoni.
7.
Dhoni is 7, sir.
Virat is 7, I think. Anyone who is cricket lover?
No, sir. Dhoni is 7 and Virat is 18.
Okay, let me check. Oh, great. Virat Kohli is 18. Right, right. You are right. 18. Yes. So 18, what does this 18 mean? Our Dhoni is 7, what does it 7 mean? What does it represent? Okay, you were right, 18. Now tell me what does this 18 mean? Yes? Anyone? Can anyone answer me this question? Why that 18 is written on Virat Kohli's?
It must be his lucky number, so it is there on his jersey. He has opted for that number.
Okay, and why Dhoni has 7? He also has opted for that, and it is lucky for Dhoni.
Maybe they must be having a choice to select one number, so they had.
No,
The full count
They are not serial
of 1
numbers,
to 9.
obviously.
sorry, yes.
Full count of 1 to 9.
Sir,
but that is 18.
actually,
Huh.
they have
18 plus
the
18, 8 plus 1, 9.
Okay, what else?
sir, in the cricket selections they'll be having uh, a uniformity like to select numbers, so that Dhoni have selected number 7 because it's his birthday too on 7th, and Virat selected its number because his father died on this day. So everybody has their own
I think
Oh
things.
my god, this
I
much
think it is,
logic.
I think it is numerology.
Yeah, maybe kind of.
Pooja is using lot of logics. Okay, I don't know about this all history and all. Okay, what is your enrollment number in IGNOU, Pooja?
My enrollment number, sir.
Last
In
two digit.
last two digits.
Hmm.
Yes, sir. I'll,
You don't remember?
I don't remember actually. My last two numbers is 77.
Okay, 77. Why you got 77 in IGNOU?
I don't know this logic, sir. But I know my 10th number is given on the basis of the year, sir.
Okay, no, no. I am talking about your registration number. Whole
Oh,
registration
yeah,
number
I
is
don't
given by.
know what is the logic behind this. Maybe I would be the 77th number to join, or else maybe like that.
Okay, very good. Okay, in class, I have 100 students. Even there are people, each one have name. Why I am giving them roll number or enrollment number or registration number?
It is unique, and it will be easy for us to to either categorize the marks and all, sir.
How?
Like if we can't remember all the names. For example, my name is Pooja, and maybe other person name could also be Pooja. We can't remember all the person's name in a verse, so we have to give them particular unique number. So
Very
that
good,
is the
very good.
reason
Now
we are.
you reach to the point. Actually, even in that jersey, also, it is not because they like or it is their father's anniversary or something. It is all because it's a number for the identification. Because there might be lot of players, so only one number. There may be one player with like two players with same name. In class, we have 10 pujas in class. That's why we are giving enrollment number. In IGNOU, there might be thousands of pujas in India, right? That's why IGNOU is giving you enrollment number. Okay, so that is what nominal is, just for the identification, just for the naming purpose. That is nominal variable. Clear? There is no logic, whatever you said. That may be coincident that they have birthday on that or favorite number or something, but the numbers are given just for the identification purpose.
Okay, sir.
Any sort of jersey, you will see all the jerseys in volleyball, in cricket, in everywhere, they will get some number. Because sometimes there may be two persons with same name, but the number is unique identification. That is nominal. So when we are collecting data, we are giving some number. For gender, male we are identifying as 1 or 2 and female with 2 or 1. Same way, when we are considering it into some numbers, for example, social class, poor, rich, right, average, we are representing it with numbers. Clear? What is nominal? Nominal is just for naming purpose, just for identification purpose. Got it? Now coming to ordinal scale, where we are talking about the ranks. Now, in a class, there are 100 students, and there is a student who got first rank. There is a student who got second rank. The one student who got first rank has got out of 100 99 marks. The second student got 92 marks. He is second position. Third student got 91 marks. He is third position. Just try to focus on this. The first position is 99 marks. The second position is 92 marks. The third position is 91 1 marks. Clear? So it is based on the rank they have, right? But it is not necessary that there should be equal difference between one to another one. So the one who is 99 is first rank. There is only 1 marks difference between 91 and 92. So they are, even if it is in points, there will be first and second. Clear? So that is what ordinal scale is when we are considering rank. So the jersey number is not based on the rank that Virat Kohli is at 18th number because of his performance. No. Dhoni is at 7th number because of the performance. It is 7th. No, it is just a nominal naming purpose, not based on rank. So here rank in class we have first rank, second rank, third rank, first topper, second topper, third topper. That is what ordinal scale is based on rank. Clear? Response, okay, ranks response based on preferences or order, ranking, people or objectives. So sometimes we rank people on the basis of height. The tallest first, then shorter, then shortest accordingly. Or in terms of age, right? That is what ordinal is. Now coming to interval. Measures responses on a scale such as Likert scale, which help us in understanding the intensity of opinion or attitude. For example, if you have seen scale, have you seen scale, which is in the geometry books when we are in 10th or 11th or graduation, which we use in childhood also scale. The distance in that scale from 1 centimeter to 2 centimeter is equal to the distance from 3 to 4. Our time, the seconds or minutes in 1 to 2 are equal to 2 to 3, are equal to 3 to 4. So that's what equal interval. Equal interval between two. For example, strongly agree and agree. The distance between strongly agree and agree is equal to strongly disagree and strongly uh, disagree. The difference between strongly agree and agree is equal to strongly disagree and disagree. Clear? That is what interval scale is, when the interval is equal. When we are talking about interval, for example, in a scale, if you see 1 2 3 4 5 6 up to 10 it is written, or 6 when we have 6 cm scale. So the distance from 1 to 2 will be equal to 2 to 3, will be equal to 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. So there is equal interval. That's what interval scale is. Then we have ratio scale. In ratio scale we have absolute zero. Absolute zero means when I am talking about zero temperature, does that mean there is no temperature? Today the temperature is 0 degrees Celsius. Does it mean there is no temperature? Yes or no? So zero has value over there. It is absolute zero. Clear? So that's what ratio scale is. Got it? Okay, so these were the levels of measurement or scales of measurement we use, right? Then we have filter or contingency questionnaire. These questions are followed by a sub questions depending on the initial response. For example, if a respondent answer yes, then, for example, I used to ask sometimes, are you a believer or not? If someone says yes, then I will say to what extent, rating from 1 to 5, you are a believer. So, filter or contingency questions are those questions if you say yes, even when you are applying for some form, there will be, if you are getting funding for this, if yes, then which agency is giving you fund? If no, then there won't be any other question. Are you getting? So that is filter or contingency question. Then we have unstructured questions that we already discussed. Unstructured questions common in interviews. These questions are not predetermined and evolve. based on the respondent's answer. This form allows for more in-depth exploration of responses but may be harder to analyze systematically. When I don't have any set of questionnaire, what I am going to ask you, but I am, for example, you have prepared a, this title. 1 hour before, I ask you to prepare a question, the like problem. Then, according to that, I ask you question. It was not written here. What are questions I am going to ask you? That is unstructured questionnaire. Clear? Is it boring? Are you able to understand?
Sir, can you please once again explain filter or contingency question? I mean, I'm not so clear about it.
Okay, sure. Contingency or filter question. See, such questions are filter question. For example, I am saying you, are you married or single?
Single.
Okay, then I am stopping. Okay, if you would have said married, then I would have asked you, do you have kids or not?
Okay.
If you would have said yes, okay, how many? Two, are they male or female? Then questions will go accordingly. Are you getting my point?
Okay, so that means asking a lot of questions. I mean, asking a questions in a verse on the same topic.
The questions
But
are followed by sub questions. Huh,
Ah,
exactly.
for
For the
yeah.
the
same topic.
continuous, like it's a unstoppable. Mean wherever we are giving the answer depends on the answer again. It continues.
Exactly.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. I understood.
Huh. Now you will never
So,
forget it. I know.
so what about ratio scale, sir? Ratio
Ratio
scale.
scale. Yes, yes. I am coming back. Nominal scale don't have any characteristics other than it is just naming. Then we have ordinal scale. Ordinal scale have characteristic of magnitude, right? It is talking about rank. Then interval scale have characteristics of magnitude. It has equal interval and it has 1 second. Okay. Then ratio scale is which has equal interval, which has magnitude, which has absolute zero. Absolute zero, as I gave you example, 0 years age does not mean there is no age. What are you getting? For example, speed, zero speed, then also the bus will be or the vehicle will be in motion. So that is the characteristic of that. I will show you the diagram. 1 second. It will. I thought you know it, but anyway, I will again show it to you so that it will be clear for you. Is my screen visible? See, here, if you see on this diagram, nominal scale, for example, gender, male and female, it is just identification. I am not saying male are better than female or female are better than male. It is just identification. This is male, this is female, right? Then coming to ordinal scale, religiosity, for example, how important is religious to you? Low to high, not very important, fairly important, very important, most important. So it is on the basis of rank. Lowest rank, highest rank, in between. Getting? Is it clear? Then we have interval measure. For example, IQ 95, 100, 105, 110, 115. So the distance between each is 5, 5, 5. So it will be equal. That's why it is interval. Again, ratio. So 0 also have value here. Ratio. Income. Zero income, $10,000, this. So that is considered like absolute zero is there. Now I will show you the another thing. Named variable, nominal. Ordinal is named plus ordered variable. We have order in terms of rank. Interval, name, order, and proportionate interval between the variable. Then we have ratio, name, ordered, proportionate interval, and can accommodate absolute zero. So we have here absolute zero also. Here we did not talk about zero in interval, order or nominal, ordinal or nominal. Here we talk about zero also. Zero age, zero balance. Are you getting my point? So is it clear now
Yes, sir.
with the properties also? Any doubt till here?
So previous slide which you shown.
Just a second. This one?
Yes, sir.
Huh. It is directly
It is
from Google. You
directly
can
from
check.
Google. You can check. Sir, absolute zero means like salary, as you said, the minimum salary is assumed as absolute zero. Is it, sir?
Absolute zero
Absolute
means
zero
like
means
here.
like here.
One second. Like here, but we are accommodating absolute zero. For example, zero also is accommodated. Accommodated is considered. Zero here in ratio does not mean it is nothing. Are you getting?
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
So
So,
in this, for example, zero salary, income, or zero speed, or zero temperature does not mean there is nothing. So zero has value. We are accommodating zero also in this scale, and this scale is treated as the best scale, ratio scale, as compared to nominal scale. Because nominal scale we are just looking at name or identification. This has better properties than nominal, and this has better properties than both of this, and this has all the properties than this. I will show you another slide, then you will levels of measure. Now see properties. Discrete order less, nominal, order category. Okay, example binary and yeah. So what we can do with nominal is just frequency. How many percentage people are there in the match, right? Frequency and mode. Who got the highest run? So number 7 or number 13, right? That only we can do with nominal. But ordinal, we can do so many measures, statistical this thing. We can do frequency, we can do mode, we can do median, we can do percentile. Then interval. We can do frequency, mode, median, mean, and standard deviation. For ratio, we can do everything. Mean, standard deviation, everything. Got it? Money, weight, so everything we can do with this. That's what ordinal scale is. I hope you understood this, right? Just a second. Oh. Is it clear now?
Yes,
Unstructured
sir.
is
Thank you.
also
Thank you,
done.
sir.
Precautions while designing an instrument. So clear, specific, and short questions. These are the precautions what all you have to take care when you are designing a questionnaire. It should be clear, it should be specific, it should be short question. So when you are giving question, again For example, nowadays, why there won't be normality in the data? If I am giving you questionnaire and it takes you 20 minutes, because span of attention is nowadays very less to people, right? So then what will happen is they will, okay, now sir has given the questionnaire, they will say agree, agree, agree with everything, or strongly disagree for everything, strongly agree for everything. So that's why we need to have very specific. Even some questions, even if you know personality, cattle have made one questionnaire on Isaac's personality questionnaire, a 16 pf. Earlier it was like hundreds of questions were there. If I am giving you 100 items in one questionnaire, who will have that interest to fill that? So it should be very specific, it should be very short, right? Okay, capable respondents. So the researcher should ensure that the target audience has the ability, knowledge, and experience to answer the questions accurately. As so, once I was doing one study when I went to a college, the students were not able to read the questionnaire. The basic vocabulary or the basic understanding was not there. Then I stopped that survey. I thought the results will be anyway, it won't be useful. So I was disappointed with the college. This thing, okay, they are not even being in graduation, they are not able to understand the basic meaning of some questions. So we have to keep in consideration which audience do we have and what level we are giving in that. Clear? Empathy towards the respondents. We always, being a human being, being a psychologist, we need to show empathy, right? We can't rudely talk to our respondent. If a respondent is leaving in between the questionnaire, you don't have any right to stop them to complete that. Okay, you need to be very empathetic towards the respondents. Avoiding bias. Researcher must avoid introducing personal bias in formulating questions. I should not put my personal this thing, okay, because of my experience I am doing this, because of my experience this is the question, right? So I should avoid that. Clear? So these are the precautions while developing a tool we need to keep into mind. Now there are some advantages and disadvantages. So I think majorly we have talked about time flexibility, convenience, cost effect, well organized response. Okay, so advantages and of survey research are convenient and cost effective. Surveys are generally easy to distribute and analyze, saving time and responses compared to other research methods. Flexible time frame. Survey can be conducted over an extended period, allowing researchers to capture evolving trends and opinions. Well organized response. Researchers can structure the survey to collect a detailed well thought out responses, especially when participants have time to reflect on their answers. Disadvantages. Privacy concern. In group survey or interview, it can be challenging to maintain respondents' privacy, which may affect the honesty of the answer. So sometimes, if I usually what happen if I am asking such questions, okay, how obedient you are towards your parents, even though the disobedient world disobedient student will still write I am very obedient, right? Isn't it? So that also is a limitation, disadvantage. Nobody is going to say that I am dishonest, I did corruption in something, right? If I am talking about corruption, everyone will say, oh, I never have taken any bribery or anything, right? So that tendency every individual have. So that is the limitation of survey questionnaire. Difficulties and issues of survey. Okay, selecting the type of survey, survey instrument, bias, not that important. Okay, I think our time is also running out. So now we have 4 minutes. If there is any question, any doubt, you can ask. I am happy today. It was very interactive session today as compared to other sessions. Sir, you are not audible. I think your mic is on. You are on mute. Jagdish sir, yes. You are on mute. You are on mute. Please unmute and speak. No, sir, your voice is not coming. You are mute on one device, another device also you are mute. Can't hear. Jagdish sir, you are mute on both the devices. You can type. You can type in the chat box if you want to say something. Okay. Anyone else? Any question? Any feedback?
Sir, in that research method, for my topic, can I use a survey method?
What was your topic? You said that
Junk
you
food.
are
Junk food.
junk food.
Yes.
Okay. That see, sometimes we need to understand which is the appropriate design,
Yes. Yes.
right? For example, if you have to cross a river, and I am saying you the average depth of this river is 3 feet. Average depth. What I am saying, average depth of the river is 3 feet. What you will think? Okay, I have mobile phone. I can 3 feet is just still legs only, so I will cross the river. But I
Yes.
said you average. I said you
Average.
wrong measure. Average means some places it may be 5 feet, some places it
Yes.
may be 2 centimeter only.
Yes.
Okay, and when you are reaching in between and you are going in 5 feet, your mobile, your clothes, everything is gone. So
Yes.
that is the wrong measure I am talking about. I should tell you the mode in that terms.
Hmm.
Are you getting? I
Yes,
should
sir.
not go with the mean, average, right? So
Yes.
same way in this, what you have suggested. What is your name, by the way?
Pratima, sir.
Pratima. Okay, it's
Yeah.
coming incomplete, so I could
Yeah.
not pronounce it. I thought if I call you some, it will be offensive.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Pratima. Pratima or Pratima? Okay, Pratima.
Pratima. Huh.
Okay, great. Okay, so what you can do is you can use survey.
Yes,
You can
survey.
ask such question that those who are involving in the junk food and those who are not, then you can comparative. You can do the comparative analysis. What are there in hyperactivity, and those who are not involved in such junk food, what is their
Yes.
response in hyperactive? So that is the appropriate measure you can do. That is the appropriate methodology you can use in that.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Any other
Any
doubt
other
or question?
so like in my topic uh, means employability chances of employability after attending the courses means what will be the research designs which we should opt.
It will be experimental in nature. Experimental, because you can take one group as who are involved and another group who are not involved, then you can see their performance. That is or else you can do comparative, simple comparative study also, that who got training, what is their performance, you can compare that with those who are not getting training. That will be both comparative also. Training is already done,
Training
na?
is already done. Thank you, sir.
Any other? Yes, Mamta ma'am, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome, ma'am.
Uh, yes. Any queries? Any doubts? So, shall we end the session here, sir?
Yeah, yeah,
If
yeah.
everyone's queries and everyone's doubts are clarified, we will stop our session here.
Uh, Good evening, ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am,
sir.
as sir told that means the PPTs will be shared and the
Yeah.
videos will be shared. So, how can we get those?
Everything will be mailed, sir. Once the sessions are finished, sir will forward it to me through WhatsApp or through mail, and we will from the IGNOU center you will be receiving the material through mail.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Anything else? And I think you all are aware that you have to submit your assignments on or before 30th October. Already this has been announced, and in the website also it is there, right? Anything else? So we will meet in the tomorrow session. So shall I end the
Tomorrow.
session, sir? Or,
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
thank you,
Tomorrow we
sir.
have 10 to 1, right?
Tomorrow session is from 10
10 to
to
2. Yeah.
10 to 2. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
excuse me, tomorrow's
Yes, yes.
session link is not being given, I think.
Tomorrow session maybe for first year, sir. This is second year.
This is first year, madam.
This is first year.
Yeah.
Sir, this is the first year. So tomorrow session. So whatever the links have been shared, according to the links, the classes will be held.
Yeah, in the links we have that has been shared, we don't have any
Yes,
plans for
whatever.
tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No issues. Okay.
Okay, that is different group, I think, for
Yes,
that.
sir. This is second year.
This is
Uh,
second year.
it's like first year or second year.
This is first year. They
This
are
is
second
first.
year, I
They
think.
are second years.
They are
So,
second year.
yeah, thermodynamics, thermodiagnostics, and you have taught
Mm-hmm.
some. That was second years, right?
Okay, okay.
Okay, sir.
Chalo, thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for giving a wonderful lecture, sir.